Hehehe. Hehehe. Ha ha ha. Good morning. Good morning. Am I live on the right channel? Yeah, okay. Cool, 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 cool. Good morning. Good morning. I just realized I did something stupid last night. I just realized I did something. What did we learn about Taiwan? Oh, Rico, I love Joy. I did something very stupid. I did something idiotic. I did something very, very dumb. I hope it didn't go too bad. I hope not. So you know that I usually go live also on TikTok, right? You know that, right? You know that I... Well, because I opened TikTok. Wait. It's because I opened TikTok. Give me a second. I opened the TikTok live. Now it should be better. Sorry. So you know that I usually go live also on TikTok, right? So if you see me there, then you might get reminded and like that. Yes, Rico. I didn't stop the live. I didn't stop the live, but like to the point that I woke up this morning, I went to the computer and there was like an alert from TikTok saying, "Oh, this is the longest live ever." I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't turn it off." I don't know. I don't know if it's it went all the way because I actually put my computer to sleep, you know? When I turned off the camera. That's something that I always do. Like I always turn off the camera and I go... it's because of that. It's because I ran away. And like fortunately, like TikTok gets the image from OBS. So if OBS is closed, TikTok has no images. So like they should have not seen anything, right? I am so glad that there are no VODs on TikTok. No, that's the point. I think that there was like the microphone. No, the microphone was off because I forgot to turn it back on. Thank God! Oh my God! Jeff! My name is Jeff. Hi! Hello! How are you doing? I'm whispering to you too. God, I have to do them. Jeff! Jeff, thank you so much for that. Jeff, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. You're the first one of the day. Welcome back. Fab, hi. Read the group. I did something I want to know. Yeah, thank you. I'll watch it today, Fab. Sorry, I just started working. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, today we have the DJ. The Buffett amateur can fucking suck it up. Let's go, Jeff. Let's go, Jeff. This is for you, Jeff. Let me also go live on TikTok. Can please someone be in charge of reminding me that I have to turn off the live on TikTok? Yeah, I know. I agree with you. Let me see. There we go. Anyway. Only nerds deserve your greetings. Shut up, Kami. Don't be mean. Let me also turn back up the timer. And what did I want to do? When mine fail, the discipline prevails. Yes, I agree. By the way, Delga, I'm so sorry. I started dancing and I didn't... Delga, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much for the 3 months with the Prime. I appreciate you. Sorry, my brain right now is all over the places. All over the places. I am sorry, but Delgado Gavin, I hope you're doing okay. Play. I think this is the one, yeah. Connect with Twitch. I have to say, we have decided we have polls today. So, what music for the Pomo? What do we want to have? We want to have classic. Do we want to have jazz? Do we want to have organic house? Do we want to have Hans Zimmer? Do we want to have Final Fantasy? Stardew? What else? We do know what we want. We do not know what you want. Like, we know what we do not want. Hans Zimmer, I have it. Final Fantasy, I have it. Sandro! The crazy one! That's okay, Alens. Sandrone in the house. It's just triggering the train, you know? Just Sandrone doing Sandrone stuff. Sandra, thank you so much for the 6 months. Already 6 months? Happy half of a year. Happy half year. Appreciate you for being here, really. What else do we want as music? Let me see what else do I have here. In the... Oh, we have Lord of the Rings. Lord of the... Java! Why is the train not coming up? Trainer, yoo-hoo! Hey, yo! You're a bit late. You're late. I was expecting that with the new government in Italy, you were going to be on time every time. You're not. Thank you still for being here. Anyway, Lord of the Rings. I have a very bad question to ask you. Can you just not judge and just give me an answer? And just understand that my brain is fucked up this morning? Is that okay? Is it Lord of the Ring or Lord of the Rings? Rings. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know that there's multiple rings, but then I was thinking if it's like with one ring or like unsubbed. Shut up. Yeah, I know that there's more than one, but it was like, yeah, no, anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but one ring to rule them all. What is the box of shit? Hidden! You're traveling? Where are you going? Maybe I should charge my iPad and stuff. Venus, yeah, we have Hans Zimmer as one of the options. What else am I missing? Hidden, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Where are you going, Hidden? Oh, my neck. I already put it. We should have a redeem for a box of shimmy. I don't have a box now. They are in the like basement. I don't know what to call it. Fede! Thank you for the 4 months. Good morning. Good morning. Happy 4 months. Oh, I haven't done. Okay, I need to focus on this. Lord of the Rings, Stardew Valley. What else am I missing? Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Ah! I know, beats. How do we call it? Beats. Like, beats? Just beats. There we go. Okay, we have it. We have it. Wait, let me... No. reuse it, save it, wait. You have 2 votes, but subscribers votes counts double. Hide, announce question in chat. There we go. There we go. And now we can launch it. Sorry. Now we can launch it. Now we can launch it. There we go. I did that. I need to do the story. I need to start the timer. Look at all the things that I'm doing. I already did the picture, so at least I'm not gonna cringe. I did something else better. Before telling you I'm gonna post the stories, otherwise it's gonna be a freaking pain, alright? Let me first post these. Wait. Apply. Save. Cutting. I did that. I always like this song. Rising! Rising, thank you so fucking much for the... alerts are low, let me raise it. Rising, thank you so fucking much for the tier 3 for 23 months. Chat, can I have a lot of love for Rising? As I always say, they're carrying hard this channel. They're carrying hard this channel from the very first day. Thank you, Rising. I genuinely appreciate you for everything, really. Not just for this, but also for the support. Yesterday I was freaking out because of the stream, and like they kept crashing, and they came in, and I think maybe we found a solution. I don't want to jinx it, but thank you. Thank you so much, really, Rising, really. Claps in chat for Rising. By the way, good morning, Gary. Whoa, I just saw you in chat, sorry. Yesterday things crashed once at least. Or not. Was it on Monday? We'll see. Yesterday never crashed? Vavi, a lot of love to you. Today you have been here from the very beginning. Good job for you. I was going to like do a very cheesy a cheesy kind of thing for Twitter. I'm not gonna do that. Show hologram. I have to download it again. Yeah, I know. I have to do all those. Do we will have drama content for this next stream? Oh no, man. I'm tired of freaking Twitter like that. I've been at I made it. Wait, what do you mean it doesn't run? Buzzati, how does it not run? What's happening? Okay. Okay. No, I don't like it like this. I say I like it like that. In the pocket, in the night, I like it like that. Oh, we're almost at 3,000 followers on Twitter. I want to be more like present on Twitter too, even if it makes me angry, even if people are... But... Viene fuori sto schermata bianca e non mi fa nemmeno fare login. I think that I had the same issue. Go to the cache and delete the cache from your computer. I think it was something like that. I think that I had the same issue. Something like that. Like try it. No, not cache. Not your cache. Cache. How is it called? The cache. Tio, what are you doing, Tio? Tio, what are you doing? It's your very first gifted. Tio, thank you so much for the gifted one. That's your very first one. Sweet of you. I appreciate you very much. Very, very much. Really. Thank you for that. Holy. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'll do first the story. First I'll do the story, then I'll tell you what something else that happened. First I'll do the story. Fritate. Are you mad? Are you mad, Aramin? Are you mad? Cancel. Link. Twitter. Done. Live now. Almost done. Done. You wanna see why I did like, oh no. You know that I have something that really, really scares me. Among these things, there is this. When people send like videos on Instagram and it just says, play video. Or play photo. Because there is a side of me that is curious to know what there is in it. Another side of me knows it's gonna be a dick video. Exactly, don't open it, it's a pee-pee. And then usually I go back to see like the conversation that we had, right? To see maybe if it's like a normal person, that's okay. But what if these are the conversation? Come on. Just reaction to my stories with fire. That's 90% of pee-pee? If it's a pee-pee, you can make fun of it. Yes, I usually do. I usually do. What do we do, chat? What do we do? What do we do? We don't click on it? But it's my curiosity. What do we do? What about my curiosity? No, PP on 2023. Hi, Diamante. Oh no. You're right, I'm curious too. If it's a PP, it's okay. It's just a PP. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. It's just it's disgusting, but it's not like, oh my god, I'm gonna have nightmares. You know? It's just... Plus, I don't think that I should have it like here, the reaction, because that's exactly what they would like to have, you know? Yeah, that's the point. It's not the first, it's not the last. There's also people that send me straight up porno on my DMs. Like, they send me porn video on my DMs. And like, bro, you could? Not them, none of them, but just like videos. Like, I don't know what's wrong with people. I don't understand. Like, oh, wow. That exposed me like that. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. It's like, what? Do you think that I don't have access to porno, so you're giving me free content? Well, thank you, I guess. What? Then it's not only a pee-pee, then he takes it. Well, as soon as I can see like one frame of it. If I see it's a pee-pee, I'm closing it. Alright? It's not like I'm gonna stay there and be like, oh, let's see what happens, thanks. Send picture of that brand as an icebreaker. Oh. Thank you so much for the train, by the way. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the train. We have a poll. What is the poll saying? So many of you want me to open it. So many of you wants me to open it. We're all curious, right? Okay, let me go check outside the stream. Outside the stream, because I don't want to give them that. Oh! It's a dog! It's a dog! It's just a dog. It's just a dog. Wait, but it's a video. Wait, I didn't. Let me unpause it. Let me unpause it. Oh shit! It's a video. It's a video just because there is a little like thing over here of this, like it's a sticker and the dog is moving, so it's like actually it counts like a video, but it's actually a picture. I'm gonna answer to this person, bruh. You have no idea. Don't. If you want to send a picture to someone, especially if it's not a dick pic, send it with like that they can see it, not like that they have to tap on it, you know? Am I happy? Yes, I'm happy. It's just a puppy. What was the terrible thing you did? Before, it's that I left the TikTok open. Oh, the other thing. Oh, I did another horrible thing. Today's. I'm sorry. So I did another thing. So yesterday I had to log in back to and hi, welcome back. You're here today too? Wait, I need to also. Empiezo en algunos segundos. I'm horrible? Yes, I'm telling you that. Wait. Okay. We're in silence at the moment. Yeah, there's no music, I know. So, yesterday, I had to install TikTok again on my phone to like log in from like TikTok Live. And this morning I watched for 10 minutes TikTok. I know, I have to uninstall it. I have to uninstall it. I have to uninstall it again. But I want to get back into making content on TikTok. So I'm gonna try to not watch it too much. I'll try again. All right. 1K subs for me to uninstall again TikTok. Let's go. Nice. I always use this excuse. I know, Cami. I am trying. I have already a timer on it. I already have a timer limit. Shit. Oh well. We're gonna find some like a solution. Oh no. So Final Fantasy and Hans Zimmer are winning right now. Oh, Hans Zimmer is winning right now. What about anonymous TikToker? Do you need it? Wait, what? Why do I need it? Cheater? I cannot vote. Since when I cannot vote? Since when? Let's go. Cecile, hi, good morning. Good morning, beautiful. Oh well, I guess no Final Fantasy. You government rules. Scourge of democracy. Today the music is chosen by chat. I never said today music is, did I? Is there like a command that says that? I said today you choose the music. No, I didn't say only you. Today you choose the music. There we go. Like you, like all of us, the communitary stuff. It's on it. It's just in my chat. Shit. Well, chat. If I write in chat, I'm also a chatter, right? Today you choose the shape that no. If today I choose the music. We are all equal, but some are more equal than others. No, don't give me the ball. No, don't give me the ball. No, don't give me the ball. It's like, I learned my lesson. I'm sorry. I've learned my lesson. I will allow it because I don't want FF. That's my point. During the break, she types in chat. Oh no! No, I did not. Just chat is rebelling. Chat is rebelling. Oh my god, my throat is hurting for how much I'm laughing. We only have FF because of the old bot. That's the point. I don't know who likes Final Fantasy. You can do a full stream. No. If it was Stardew, I would riot. I'm a hypocrite. Sue me. Today G chooses the music for the pomos during break. She types in chat the number of the place she'd like to hear. Oh my god, I'm laughing way too much. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, oh, look at that. Hans Zimmer won. I guess we're gonna have to listen to Hans Zimmer. Oh, sad. No, I really wanted to listen to Final Fantasy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Lars. Have I been live for 30 minutes already? What the fuck have we been doing? What have we been doing like 30 minutes?
This time with a degree in the house. Yikes. I need you guys a bit longer.
Come in here, Lars. Oh, whoa. Watching dog video. Oh! Cut. Cut, thank you so much for the 2 years. Cut, thank you so much for the 2 years. I appreciate you very much. Wait, was that drop legal or not? I love you too. Is that drop legal? I don't see drops. Yes. Yes. New sub. I know. I need to do sub badges. I need to do them. I don't know what to do as sub badges. Okay, I'm gonna give you the drop. You know, as a good leader, I know that I should give you like some stuff to get like. Okay. 15 months. We start right now, Samuel. Sorry.
Now have my side. Got the transcript just before Christmas _ carrot. Thanks for being there through.
Thank you. Very happy that I had you here. Very, very happy that I had you here. Thank you so much for being here. Shall we get to start working? Shall we start? I want to finish to listen to that song, but now it's time to go. It's time to get some stuff done. Are we ready? Are we ready? More integrals to solve. Let's go. 30 minutes on the wall, no phone. It's like meditation. Can I at least get my tea first? I'm gonna get my tea first, and then I'm gonna do 3 minutes drinking tea. All right, just watching nowhere tea. Right? Yes. Thank you, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. I don't see the ding dongs in my. I don't know why I don't see the ding dongs, but welcome back to the break. Hi. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the breaks. How are you doing? How is it going? I'll give you some time to come back. It's going well. I just I couldn't see it. I don't know why. Yeah, we have a movie night this Saturday. I saw that. I already saw the movie, but join us if you want to watch a movie together. No, I do have 7TV. I do have it. I just wanted to tell you something because I just received this information. There are some people from the co-working community that are pushing to the glass onion. There are some people from the co-working community that are pushing towards having studies, like co-working and study as a category on Twitch. Just letting you know, I don't want that. I don't want that. And I think that break did not start. Holy. Hey, yo. Now, why is this timer going and not... Oh, I turned on the wrong one. There we go. I don't want that. Alright? So if you ever see someone asking you to vote for it, don't vote for it. Don't. It's the reasoning behind what I feel, what I think is that co-working community is not big enough yet to be known outside. The advantage that we're getting right now in being just chatting, just a lot of people just join in and they're like, what the fuck is this? Oh, that is cool. This maybe, I don't know how many of you this happened. They didn't even know what the fuck was this, right? They were just joining. They're like, wait, what is this? Fuck, that could be helpful. Has it ever happened? To who happened this? I feel like a couple of you at least has happened to you, Caro. There you go. That's the point. Like, happened to you yesterday. There you go. To Marcos. There you go. That a lot of people this happened. So you just joined in. You're like, wait, what? This could be useful. This could be very interesting. And that's how we get to be known. If we create our own category, then we will never be found, and the only people that will know about us, the people that already know about co-working and study. So that is something that this happened to me, and then I found you. There we go. That's what I generally believe. It's like if you ask to any streamer who's streaming like a very small... Lala, thank you so much for the 15 fucking months. Thank you for the 15 months. Lala, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Anyway.
Salute.
Lala, thank you so much for the 15 months. From James Streamer. James Streamer. Oh, most probably Rising. Probably, I don't know. From James, right? So, like, that's the point. We're not known as a category, and just having us, like, in a little box, that will be so hurtful for us. Because then it's gonna... It might be easier. It might be easier because you just... like, it's easier if you want to change study streamer, right? If you want to change, it's easier. You find another one. You just go to the category, find someone else. But if you don't know about this thing going on, you will never do it. You found me in a podcast? Whose podcast that was? No, not that James. Not that James. Fine. So, like, if you ever see that poll, please... we have the co-working tag, but now the tags are like random. There used to be like every tag was like specific. Now, if I misspell co-working, it's still gonna be considered as a tag. So maybe we can... I would rather like have the whole co-working community agree on having the co-working tag or like study tag. Lovine, if you want to start, we did like a video on TwitchCon. At TwitchCon. I cannot. There we go. You can watch that video. There is not a downvote. There is not the downvote on it. You cannot vote against this. I wrote to the person that started this, telling them, please don't. This might be cool. It could be like a very cool like empowerment for us. Like it means like so cool, but we're not that big yet. We're not that known yet. It's like if you ask to any small streamer that is streaming like a very specifically only one game, a very unknown game, they will tell you that it's a fucking pain. It's a fucking pain to be found, right? If you're playing, that's why a lot of gamers that play only one game, they try to go on a variety, so then they can be found in other situation, you know? Hi, Ishai. So, the same thing here. Please. I think the co-working community does have a tendency to look inwards instead of outwards. I think that is just because co-working community don't see themselves as streamers. Something that I would love to do for 2023. Oh, Sophie. Who are the other streamers? There's a lot of other streamers. Something that I would like to do in 2023, but I think that then I will put... Simone, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you for the prime. If you let me talk, by the way. Simone, thank you for the 4 months with the prime. I appreciate you. I was saying like something that I would like to do in 2023 is to do like I would love to have like a team of not just study streamers, but like streamers of like educational not just educational content, but just cool content, you know? It could be like coding, it could be like smart, like the brains, you know? I'd love to have that. I just have to figure it out if I have the time and all that.
That's the first one.
No fucking way. 2! Dwight Payan! Andressa!
Fresh out of the box.
Are you joking? Dwight Payan, Andressa Recetelo? Thank you so much. Chat, can I have love for them? They're the first time here. Like, I don't know first time here, but the first time subbing and they decided to commit for 6 fucking months? I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you really, really so much for all the trust there. Holy guacamole. Thank you so much for it. I appreciate you very, very much. I'm stretching. Goodness. Andressa, thank you so much. That's not how you do it, Starfred. That's not how you do it. Dwaipaya, thank you so much. And Andressa, thank you so much for you. Oh. Anyway. Oh yeah, I didn't remind you that you can vote. If you type a number between 1 and 8, you will be voting on the music.
3 times a day to prevent bad breath.
You just vote the music that you want to listen to in the next break. No, but by the way, I don't know, I'd like to have like a team. I don't know, it's something that I would like to do, and I would love to help them out too. Because I feel like I could give so much help in seeing this as a streaming career. Because I think that, can I choose Lord of the Rings? Creme Brulee, if you vote, you can vote twice, and your vote counts like 4 in the end. So you can vote Lord of the Rings. You just type 66666, type 6 in chat, and then you have it, probably. But you're the music master. Oh, music master doesn't work during this. It should be like you send like a song, you know, and we play it during the break. Go for it, right, JJ, go for it. Damn, I had to try. I don't know. I feel like I could give a lot of help to people that want to do this, thinking in more in a streaming career, because I feel like many co-working streamers, maybe they don't think about it as a streaming career, and I'd love to help them out. I'd love to help them out. Like, I would love to extend also my like the kind of sponsorships that I get. I'd like to extend them to them, so then they can start to do like, you know, that little bit of money that when you're studying it could be so useful. But that requires a lot of time. That requires a lot of time, and I have to figure it out that. Anyway, what are we gonna listen to? But you are still small, you need a lot to learn. I know. Oh, Richtofer. Oh yeah, I get it. Anyway, what are we gonna listen to? Oh, Organic House is so close to winning. Organic House is so close to winning. If you ever wanna just type 3 in chat. Rigged again! Rigged again! Rigged again! Look at Spargel man! Rigged again! Good job, Chad. I love you. I love you. FF equal pukers. I agree. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. So sad. I'm so sad. You know, like, this is a very bad. Have like 20 people in the chat. It would be nice to help them. Yeah, I know. From Brazil, I love you. Oi! A kiss to you, Luisa. Are we ready? Are we ready? People, I feel like one day I'm gonna, like, the agree is like to get on top, and then when we are on the stars, I'm gonna help the others. I think that's the best thing that I can do for now. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Wait, I think that I have a problem with it. I think I have a problem with the mic on TikTok. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Anyway, bye-bye, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi. Sup, doggo? What's going on? You good? Did you eat? Is that what you're like? Chew your teeth. Such a angry. Such a bad dog. Look, you're so scary. Yes, you're so scary. Urgh. Oh, so scary with these teeth. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Welcome to the break, people. How is it going? Know what I'm saying? Cristiano, you tried it, did not scare me. It did not scare me. Look at this nose. Boopity! Let me give you a boopity. Let me give you a boopity. Come up here. Give me boopity. Up, up. Boopity. Okay. How was this tomato for you? Were you being productive? Were you actually doing something good? Or were you procrastinating one more time? Rita, hi! How are you? Let's go, Sophie. Let's go. How long was the book? In meetings, it scares me. It doesn't scare me because I mute it. No, because otherwise, it freaking scares me so much. You were eating? That's okay. That's productive too. That's very productive. Already exhausted? Did you eat? Did you eat already or not? You're about to start working? Let's go, Rip. What time is it for you? You did the laundry? That's okay. I'm from Italy, Omi. You're sick? What's wrong with you? What's going on? You were productive. Let's go, Ellen. Happy to hear that. Oh, there's a game? There's a Milan game? Let me check that out. Milan against who? Salernitana? Bro, it couldn't be an easier game than that. It's such an easy game. Exactly, I cannot jinx against Salernitana. They're too weak. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's... You won, for sure. Like, do they even have to continue the game? It's won. Headaches and vomiting? Shit, you're actually sick. Spectre, I'm not studying, I'm working right now. Hi, gamer. Good morning. Gulfo? We should have an emote, like a Gulfo emote, too. I don't know what Gulfo is in Italian, but Gulfo means like when you jinx, you're a Gulfo. Which is my live wallpaper? I don't know how it is called, Ayush, but it's on Wallpaper Engine. And right now I'm working on the podcast. I'm working on the podcast. I need to finish to write the draft. I did not unmute the TikTok. Shit. Thank you. Sorry, TikTokers. Oh, user, hi. You're studying Italian? Hi. Liro! Thank you for 2023, for the rose, and for the TikTok. I appreciate you for it. User, thank you also for following. Hi. Oh, shit. Name of the podcast? We haven't decided yet. Is that an iPad? Yes. Why? Yes. Here's lunchtime. I know. I need to go get food too. Sometimes my English gets Italianized. I know. Pomo counter is now showing you're in focus. Really? For real? Let me fix that. Where is it? Oh, Pomo counter. Why are you all the way out there? You should be like around here. There we go. Fixed. You should have it later. Thank you for telling me that. The Song of Akio, that was the book I finished. Oh! You were reading that? I read it for like school, for high school. Darker in the back? Yes, I'm gonna put the blanket. Oh, it's so white. Oh my god, I was going to kill you. Oh my god, I was going to kill you so much. What do you mean, kill him? Shut up, Kami. Poor dog. Oh my god, I was going to kill you. I swear. He was like just lying in the back, like completely flat on the floor, and I was just gonna roll on his nose. Yes, you understood that. You realized that. I see it from your face that you understood that you were going to die. That was going to be your last meal, you know? Are you proud of your last meal? Wanna get something else? You staying here? Have you been scolded? Is that why you're staying here? Did Mama said something to you? Is that why you're here? Is it? No? Talk to me. I don't understand. Oh, music poll. You're right. Shit. You're right. Sorry, I just like the music so much that I want to keep it. Well, you vote. And you put in chat a number between 1 and 7. I'm going to put the blanket there. Because I realized that you cannot see shit. By the way, it's getting so warm here. How is it winter? Aye. What are you voting? Lord of the Rings? Is that what you want? Final Fantasy? Yes, no. I'm still having my legs hurting for the gym the other day. Alright, I saw like a long message that I skipped. Wait. Smart working close in my room. I'm a developer, but I work from only 5-hour week in total for 40-hour job. I've started to read in a park and playing violin, but I feel so alone. Any advice from anyone? Momo, if I can give you a suggestion, why don't you join co-working spaces? Co-working spaces, you can find really cool people, you know, or like going to study or work from cafes. That can help you out to find new people, or also like find a hobby that includes other people. You can work by yourself and then include someone else like in the hobbies, like I don't know, like team sports. If you like football, go play football. Find like a team of footballers in your town and just go there. Amatorial, you know, like just having fun. I feel like hobbies and interests aside from your job can bring so many people together. Jim, what did you do, Rico, to your back? Mario, what did you say? What? Why did you lose it? Oh, the blanket didn't work at all. I thought it was being useful. It was not. Now it's better. Anyway, I am. So I didn't buy the and neither of those, because my cousin's husband, well, fiance, he has one, so I'm just gonna use his because he has a lot of like shit. I'm just gonna get those. I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna put it on this. I'm gonna do it this weekend, so you can expect from next week the freaking sending breaks. I cannot wait for it. I'm really, really happy. Waiting motivate. Wait, Lorenzo, you still need to be motivated? What the fuck? How are you asking me to get motivated every single day? This is not motivation anymore. This is what you need, and right now is just discipline. Just get your brain out of your thoughts and just get to. What do you mean I didn't motivate you? And yesterday I asked you if you needed to rest. If you didn't rest, you're dumb. Today it's just like you have to work. Today, that's it. It's done. You asking me every day, that means that you don't need motivation. You need discipline. Go get your discipline today. Even just by 1 hour doing what the fuck you need to. If you have don't know what to do, just give yourself 1 hour per day where you write down your thoughts. What do you want and what are you expecting from life? And searching other people. What are they doing, the people that you like? Well, how did you get there, the people that you are like inspired from? And just learn from them. You got this. Yeah, Spectre, shut up. Oh my god, Spectre, you're so on the edge of getting banned. You're so on the edge. Alright? Why am I cursing you? I am. I'm an aggressive motivator. I bully people. Apparently I bully people. I'm sorry, but Lorenzo, I feel like it because we have conversations, all right? This is really important for you to understand. I am feeling this. I'm feeling okay to say this to Lorenzo because like we DM each other. Like I know what he's going through. All right, just don't take it personally. Don't take it for yourself. All right. Yesterday, before you start doing reels against me, remember that yesterday I asked them, were you resting? Have you rested enough? Because after a while, you just have to like, okay, that's it, done, stop complaining. We start to work. All right. Let me spin the wheel and then we go back to work, okay? As soon as this one is done, we go back to work listening to Stardew. At least we're playing Contexto in the next break. At least we're doing that. Okay. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello, hello. How is it going? How are you feeling? Hello. Hi, Pablo. Put it more frequently, you like it? I never put like emotes because meh. Pera is sleeping in the chair. Hi, Cathy. Hello. What did you do, Dora? What did you do? Like you actually did something? You actually were productive? Let's go. You want an alarm when it goes? You want like something like that? Oh, auto munirsi. I think auto, sorry if you were sleeping. Sorry. Auto, I hope I didn't woke you up. Hey, yeah, there we go. The alerts woke you up for sure. Alerts surely woke you up. Liv Tony, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. And I know when the focus timer goes off, you want it? Would you like to have it?
Long time no see.
Long time no
Less than
see.
3.
Welcome back.
Oh, that's a fresh one.
Fresh out of the box. Alberto. Sì che sono italiana. Ciao Auto. Avevo capito fosse anche tu italiano. Penso tu venga da... They changed their name, didn't they? Puntun Perzi. Since when they changed their name to Puntun Perzi? I don't even know what that means. Chili Pet. Yeah, I know, but it's Puntun Perzi. So I'm actually working right now. By the way, next break. You know what's coming up in the next break? I'm gonna have to give you this beautiful thing, this beautiful information. Let me have to actually check back if we are actually gonna have that before I start like telling you stuff, and then maybe it's not happening. Wait. Alright, we'll see. But maybe. Yeah, maybe the ankle is coming. Maybe I'll let you vote. I'll let you vote. Okay, there we go. You know what's gonna happen? Nothing. Adesso potrò seguirlo ma stamane più presto del solito. Oh! Oh! We got contexto! True! Okay, so wait. Here. No, not the wheel, but Wordle. No, on. Is it actually gonna show us that? Work is going good today. Work is not too bad. Like I still haven't finished. Oh, contexto. I still haven't finished to do the what I wanted to do for like the. There we go. For the podcast, I still haven't written. I've still missed like one part, but I'm. Considering I didn't really want to do it, like, not as like I wanted to do it, but it's like a hard topic, you know? Anyway, this is contexto. We start with a word like house, and we see how far we are. We're actually already kind of close. And we have to still say words that get us closer to the actual word. Yeah, we'll try. We'll try, Jake. So window. Window is further away. A room. No. Mansion. Villa? No. Roof? No. Mansion. What else could it be? Like garden? Jumbo. Jumbo, thank you so much. Jumbo, thank you so much for the gift that I want to worry. Jumbo, you tonto. How was stream this morning? Was it good? Did you play? Did you win or lose? Hey Jumbo, do you know Jumbo? He talks about science and physics on YouTube. Apartment? Ah! Apartment is closer! is that? Let's see if Milan. No, Milan is far away. Let's see if housemate far away. Carta, thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Condo? No. Apartment. Skyscraper? No. Kitchen? Kitchen is closer. Spoon? No. Kitchen. Cooking. Cooking. Let me close this. Bathroom? What do you cook in the bathroom? Hotel. Why hotel? We have to get closer. Kitchen is closer. So dish. Stuff around the kitchen. No, not dish. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's like a chef. No. Maid. No. Kitchen. What is it? Home. Let's see. Home. Home is way closer. Family. Dad. Mom. Sister. Grandpa. Parent. Parent. Wife. No. Parent. Stepmom. Relative. No. Marriage. Mother. Father. Adoption? No. Child? Shit, what is it? Son? Daughter? How do you write daughter? How do you write daughter? Daughter. No. Oh my god. Hi, Papa. Child? We already did child. Stop screaming. Oh, no, we did not. No, yeah, we did. What is it? Couple? No. Dog? Marriage. Here we start to see what are you thinking about, you know? Like, baby? No. Oh my god, look, I feel like Freud would love to analyze the words that you're putting there. Parents. No. It's not with the S doesn't work. It's still like, it still works like that, you know? Freud. Sibling. We already did sibling, no? No. Parenthood. What the fuck is that? Grandparent. Childhood. It was childhood. It was childhood. It was childhood. Oh shit. By the way, what is parenthood? So I have no idea. I would have loved to analyze for you what you just said. American, you do you. Contexto sucks? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What is going on? Anyway, this was cool. This was cool. I hope you liked Contexto. I really like it. Did you vote? I'll leave you 1 more minute to vote and then we go back to work. push 3 to maximum joy? What is that? No, not 3. No Final Fantasy. Please, no. Please, no. Let's go. Please push it. Did you vote all? Did you all vote it already? I only see already voted. No, there's some more people that haven't. Remember, you have 2 votes. You have 2 votes. You can vote double. Press vote and will evidence. Shut up. Oh, by the way, another thing. I want to push more on the clips of the channel. So all subs now, if they do exclamation mark clip, don't do it. Don't do it right now. You will be clipping. And the clip will be sent in chat and also on Discord. So they all get saved. But still, there we go, Crembula, you stupid Tambo. But if you want to make it more like personalized, as you see that there is no title and the name is gonna be like, it's gonna say that it's clipped by me. So if you want to be recognized forever in this history about clips, you have to do it manually. This is like if you're like away from your computer or shit like that. Yeah. No, you cannot edit it. That's the point. That's the point. It's not your clip. It's just I made the clip in that moment. Yeah, but I need more, Rico, because I want to do more like content out. I want to put more content out and I cannot find cool clips because I am very judgmental of myself. Hi, Kilcoid. Anyway, we can do as many clips as I want. You do as many as you find fun. Yeah, we need more clips. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And then I want to put them everywhere. You want to listen to the Lord of the Rings one? I think if you do exclamation mark LOTR, you find it. I just didn't want them. No, I want them. Especially if I'm trolling people. But they are gonna be the same, more clips, but all the same. Not all the same, I hope. You know? Then you get to spam your own, you know? Anyway. Let's go back to work. Next tomato, we also have Uncle Tenet, I think. Let me see if he answered. Yep. Okay, yeah, we have Uncle Tenet later. So for 3:30, we have the news from the Word. If you wanna look weird, Sam. Almost 2 years already.
Who live in fear, Bruno stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Sam, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. Should we go to work? Should we get to do something productive, useful for the humanity and for ourselves? Yeah, what's 3 years? Yeah? Yeah? Did I unmute on TikTok? Yeah. Oh, hi Gadsy. Hi, yes. No, I'm not a student anymore. I'm working right now. If you want your your questions to be answered more often, usually it's on TikTok, on Twitch. But hi. Shall we go back to work? I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. That is an illegal job, so I don't care if I'm gonna destroy that. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. How is you doing? How are you feeling? Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi. Hey, yo, yo. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you. Microphone is peaking? Am I peaking? Really? I'll stop screaming. You put me on your TV, Sophie. That's too big. Well, it's the right space because we will have breaking news now. Stefan, sure. If you do exclamation mark job, you get to have more information. You can hear background noises. I did not change a setting. I did not. I don't know. I don't know what I did, but welcome back. So, maybe, I don't know, I'll check it out. I don't know what's... Soon I'll switch to the Go XLR, so maybe we'll have like a fix there. Anyway, I have someone to introduce to you. You already know them. Some of you maybe don't, but that's all welcome. Our Lord and Savior, Uncle Tenant, for the news of today. Right? Yeah, right. Oh, the video. We don't have the video anymore. Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
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 Hi. Hello.
Usually there's a video to introduce you, but it's... with the change of the computer, I think that I messed it up.
Okay, good, because I always felt a little bit insecure about that because my channel doesn't have that quality. So
It's not a
like,
it's the first video that I found on the internet. It's
well, okay, so that makes it even worse. It really means that I didn't even put an effort, like having a sigla when you go somewhere else, not having it on your own channel. That's
Tomatia, thank you so much for the oh, thank you for it's a year. Thank you for the year. Appreciate you, Tomatia, really. So, if you're new to my channel, this is Tenet. He also has a Twitch channel. He's Italian like me, and he does streams in the morning where he gives the news of the world. He reads the newspaper with people and like he gives like information. And he's so nice that he decided, like he accepted to come on stream and like to this stream and like have 10 minutes where he tells he tells all like the important news that we have to know for like in a week, because I know that most of the times we are busy, we have stuff to do, and like we don't care about the news, and we're like, oh I don't care. It's not like it's something anything changes. It is important to be updated, to know what is happening in the world, because it's not like you're outside the world. You live on this freaking rock with us, so you need to know. Oh, anyway.
Yes.
He's
right.
the ice, right? Yeah, exactly. So if
that was a little bit sassy, but it's okay.
Yeah, we need
yeah,
to.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, fine. I'm not gonna argue with that.
Thank you. So we're gonna give him 10 minutes to give us all the important information. Tenen, thank you, Jake. Thank you for the gifted one to Tenen.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. So now you can also go Italian in chat, and also in the other chat if you want to.
Yes.
Remember
I actually do that quite a lot. Yep.
Really?
Yep. That's one of the best emote of Twitch, I think. If you're Italian, like, it's a must-have.
Thank you.
It pops out a few times also in my chat, so
really?
I wonder. Yes.
Let's go. Oh, that's really important. So chat, go follow him and be updated with him. If you have any more information, questions, well, you can just join his stream and ask for it. Anyway, I'll give you your 10 minutes.
Yes, starting now. Okay. So, well, we haven't seen each other in a while, so I don't really remember when we left, but I'm pretty sure there are two major events that you have to be aware of, that you probably are aware of, but you have to be aware of. They are not nice news. I mean, it's two important deaths of famous people. One is a holy people, which is the Emeritus Pope. No, no. I mean, for some, that's the weird part. Okay, like there is a holy one. You have to pick which one is the holy one for you. So it's either Pelé, which unfortunately passed away, but passed away also the Papa Emerito, which was Papa Pope Benedetto XVI, the 16th, or Pope Ratzinger, as you want to refer to him. And
The
so
one
we
that
still
stepped
have a
down
Pope.
his role, right?
Yes, yes, the one that stepped down, and so we actually still have our we still have the Pope, but we are gonna have the funeral of the Emeritus Pope tomorrow, I think, in Rome. So if you are in Rome or we're planning to come to Rome, tomorrow might be a little bit messy. Already there are a lot of people coming and visiting to say the last goodbye to the ex-pope. On the other hand, there has been similar demonstrations, similar people coming together to for Pelé. So he also was passed away before the end of 2022, and there are many different people now mourning his death. So besides this, we go. So these are two things that you have to know. Besides this, there are some major news. Well, there has been a major news. I think we saw the fact that China opened up its borders, and no, we didn't. So do you remember that we were criticizing China because it was having quite a strict approach towards COVID? They were always implementing this zero COVID policy, which didn't really paid forward because China was kind of stuck in this dilemma of opening, not opening, and we started seeing demonstrations. You would remember the white paper demonstrations we saw a few weeks ago. Well, the government decided to open everything, basically, to almost remove all the different restrictions that there might be. So now Chinese are able to move, and the fact is that apparently what you will see on Western media is the fact that Chinese vaccines are not covering much the Chinese population, so the virus is spreading. And if it spreads, we know the deal, there are gonna be more variants coming. So there is the general idea of the international communities that we have to be careful. Many countries are implementing at least not restrictions, but at least testing for people arriving from China. Now, whether or not this is true or it's just part of how we frame the issue, it's hard to define. We don't really have clear data from China. It sounds a lot like early 2020, but it's like 3 years after. But if we go on the Global Times, that, as I told you a few times, is of course part of the Chinese government propaganda. It is strictly connected to the Chinese government. We still see not a complete denial of the fact that there might be cases, and there are cases, a lot of cases in China, but they stress the preparedness of their infrastructure. So apparently the discourse in China is that, yes, of course, we decided to open up because it was time. Now we are prepared to manage what's coming, and the international community and the West should not block us or impose tests. That sounds kind of racist. So this is one thing that you should know, again, because it is much in the news. So if you see something about China, that is probably what's gonna be on. And changing completely side, in the US, so we know that there have been the midterm elections. We follow them, and we saw that the Republicans won one of the houses. Now, one part of the House, one part of Congress, they won the House. Unfortunately, or I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunately, what is happening now is that they are not able so far to elect the Speaker of the House, which is kind of...
Wasn't it like
we have that
a month ago?
It was a month ago, yes, but then they have to settle in, and then they have to make all the procedures. Now, they had the vote yesterday, and for 3 times, the Republicans were not able to vote Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. This is due to the fact that there is a bunch of Republicans, I think around 20, that are strictly related to Donald Trump, and that are very conservative and don't find in McCarthy the proper person to guide a Republican House. They should be voting at 12 today, Washington time, I think. So we will see. And what came as a breaking news kind of while I was checking the last news for you is that Trump said, please vote for McCarthy. So what we might expect is to see a confirmation of McCarthy as House Speaker. But we'll see. We'll see next week in case whether or not this was how it actually went. Then what do we have? Well, we always have, unfortunately, the front in Ukraine. There have been strikes that Ukraine have accomplished in these days, killing lots of Russian soldiers. Apparently, Russia has recognized the attack and is saying that there are less victims than what Ukrainians are saying. Besides that, the situation is kind of consolidated. We have seen that a lot of times, and Ukrainians have claimed that they have reconquered back 40% of the territory that was taken by Russians. And but one of the last news is the fact that Ukrainians are saying that Russia is planning a new mobilization, okay, to turn the tide of war. So there might be a change or trying to reinforce the Russian lines. We'll see how this will evolve. No big news on the side of possible negotiations. We talk about the Pope. Oh, this is an unfortunate news that you probably heard. Jeremy Renner had an accident while he was driving. I don't know what is the English name, but okay. Occhio di Falco, the actor that plays Hawkeye in the Avengers.
Okay.
Have you seen the Avengers?
Yes.
Have you seen any Marvel movie?
Yeah.
The guy with the arch.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait.
You know what to do in chat, guys. You cannot like let it go like this, but it's fine. Are you Googling him?
Wait, okay, I recognize his face now. Yeah, I have this problem with names. Yeah, I recognize him. Okay.
Well, he had this terrible accident, and people were afraid for his life. Apparently, he is in the hospital, but he should be fine. I don't want to say anything that it's not proven, but he has reassured his fans through his Instagram, saying that he is kind of okay. Other few things internationally. Well, we still have demonstrations in Iran. We still have repression of demonstration. We still have people that incur into death sentences and that are killed by the Iranian government due to facts related to the protests. And there is something going on also in Jerusalem, where we know that in Israel there is a new government. We saw that, and Netanyahu has won, which is on the right side of the government, if you want, and he's governing with the far right. And in the specificity, the new minister, the new national security minister, Gvir, has visited the Holy Hilltop, and this is seen as, Palestinians are claiming that this is seen as a breaking of the status quo. Okay, just to understand, is the part that the Jews refer to as the Temple Mount, and that the Muslims refer to as Haram al-Sharif. I hope I pronounced that possible in the proper way. So we'll see how this will play out. And the idea is that, of course, a right-wing government in Israel might have stronger nationalistic inputs and a harder approach towards the Palestinian situation. And I think that's it. Oh yes, this one we already see because I had a few covers for So yeah, pretty sure that's it. Was that 10 minutes?
Perfect time. I was perfectly timed.
Good.
Just making fun of your. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
I feel like we've been missing a lot of things since we didn't see for 3 weeks or so. And
3
this
weeks?
I think so,
why.
wasn't it? Maybe
you missed
2.
COVID coming back. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you actually. How did we do this winter in terms of COVID? Apart from China.
Oh no, I don't know. I actually don't know because I don't follow COVID anymore. I stopped following. Also in my press review, I quit. I'm at the COVID the the canale decovizzato. It's like I don't speak about COVID in my, because at a certain point it was on the one hand too stressful for me. It was just too much anxiety, and on the other hand the discussion was so low at a certain point that it was really. So I have no clue. I have no idea. But what I can tell you is that in Italy, before China, there were no major discussions on risks related to COVID. Like, we were pretty confident that we could manage it somehow with what we have done, vaccines and all the different years that we have passed through.
To be honest, same. I've also been like far away from the COVID situation. I feel like first weeks, as everyone, I was constantly checking every single information, every news. Now I'm like, all right.
Yeah, no, I went on for like a year and a half, but then somewhere, I think it was last spring, I was just like, no, that's it. That's enough.
But wait, Tenet streams in Italian, but as you
Yes.
see, his English is very fluent, so you can ask him anything in English if you join his streams.
Yep. If you have like any doubts on any news or things you want to pass by and say, hey, I saw this, what's going on? We can have a
For
chat.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so freaking much again
Thank you.
for today.
Thank you.
Always very insightful. Chat, can I please have a lot of thank you? And if we can, like, maybe another shout out. And you have to, like, keep pressing the heart. Like, actually, no, just
No.
like,
Then they are gonna
odd
just
times. Odd times spreads the heart odd times. So, you know, so like you get like just, or once, just follow. It's they're being super useful, and they're bringing like a really, really good content on the internet. So let's promote these kind of things, really. Thank you so
Thank you very
freaking
much.
much again.
Thank you.
I'll
Thank you.
see you next week.
Yes. Happy New Year again. I
Happy
think
New
it's
Year to
the,
you
yeah,
too.
it's the last few days in which we can still say that.
Yeah.
And then, well, yeah, see you next week.
Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I cannot find my mouse anymore. Wait, hold on, chat. Okay, there we go. Lovely. Lovely as always. Amazing job for you. Oh, there we go. He's also in chat. Really, let's support people that do this kind of content, which is like, I love games. I love video games. I also bring video games, but this content is also very difficult to bring on this platform. So let's support this kind of valuable stuff. All right. Chat, did you vote in the meantime? Did you vote on what we're going to be listening to in the next break? I didn't do this. Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you put something in here? Oh, look at the sun. Let me look like Jesus for a second. Did you vote? How is the vote going? Where? Oh, Jazz is winning. We're going to have like some kind of, you know. Jesus. Oh, yeah. Are we ready to start working? We had a longer break because then it was here, but now we go back. Now we get back to being productive, right? Now we are ready to go back. Sophie, have you liked it? Anyway, I'll check you in 45 minutes. I need some water, actually. I'm gonna get some water and then I'll be right back, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hello, hello. How are y'all doing? How is it going? My ear is itchy. Oh, come back. Let me also add the volume right there. We will have one more tomato. We will have. Let me. Where did I put the? Oh, alerts are not working. Holy, wait. Holy, wait. Got just the right end. Chris, thank you so much for the 3 months. Appreciate you for it. Appreciate you very much. How are you doing? Did you just wake up? We're planning about having a meeting with the podcaster if you want, and after the break, if you're awake and like you can open the eyes. Hello. We still have 2 tomatoes ahead of us. Holy. Oh, Hunt. Hamdek, thank you so much for the 6 months. Hamdek, thank you so much for it. Welcome back for half of a year. Oh my goodness. Minus 21. Ask him with sign language. Did that work? I'm not gonna do the Stitch voice. Did that work? Gotcha, did you understand? You just insulted the word. I did not. Who am I doing the podcast with? It's gonna be like a one-person podcast. And it's like, but there's people that are helping me out. Well, Anjut. Anjut, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you very much. That works? Thank you. Anjut, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for it. I really, really do. Welcome in and give them sniffy. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Are you voting? There's not much choice left. Not much choice left. Why don't you want to go for Beats? Beats is cool. Beats is nice. It is gonna be with a silent part and a part where I talk. Yes, it is gonna be like that. Actually, we're gonna like upload all different versions to test and try. 20 left to uninstall TikTok. Fair. Wait. You don't hate what I like. It's not sad beats. They're not sad. They're more like trap. On TikTok, the music is way louder than my voice. Really? Oh. Is it? IDK? I don't, it's not like I ignore TikTok chat, but I look more at TikTok chat. So if you want to come over there, I'll see you over there too. ¿Qué estudios? No estoy estudiando, estoy trabajando ahora. Still no sad beats? Wait, let me give it a push. There we go. There we go. There we go. A little bit of a little push. I don't, instead of like Lord of the Rings. By the way, I'm not even getting Tigre hi, by the way. I'm not even getting coffee today. Oh my god, now that I realized, I feel like I'm tired. There we go. There we go, I'm tired. Look, if you do exclamation mark keyboard, that's the one that I'm using. Trabajando, estoy trabajando, sí. I think that in the next break I'm gonna get like a water drop. You know that I have this this thing with water drop where you just get water, you put water and then you put the little tubs in it. I'm gonna get one of those with caffeine. I need it. I really really love coffee, but it's really not the best thing for my stomach since I have issues. So I'm trying to just decrease, even if it just already I was just getting just one. Hi JS Production, hello. Mike Duarte, thank you so much for 2 months, appreciate you. Mike Duarte, thank you so much. You also allowed us to get into the second level of this train. Why is this train called Scam? Why is there someone in the train who's screaming Scam? Suppress the train, suppress the train. No, no, no. And we are 19 away from 1K. We're 19 away from surfing again on that wave. Oh my god. Do I need a... Really nice. Yeah, I could love story time. I think that would be cool. Story time would be cool. I think everyone would love it. I think that I have to find like new goals. Right? If you have any ideas, just let me know. Not even decaf. No, it's not the caffeine the problem. The problem is like the coffee, you know, it's the actual coffee. Hi Georgina, hello. Storytime is super cool. Storytime is super cool. Look at me yawning. Sorry if I'm yawning at your face. I'm really sorry if I'm yawning here at your face. If you search a category, you'll find the channels. No, actually, Meta, but I'm not talking Italian, right? So it doesn't work. No, yours are not cool. I don't want to hear them. Sing is super cool. No. Singing is not super cool. No. No, thank you. No. Nice. Now I'm yawning as well. Shut up. Unlucky. Niners redeemed a wheel. Let's see. Let's see what they're gonna get. We haven't been doing this in a while. It's been a minute. Pump me up. 2 months, right? You don't even know what that is. This game is like, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute the music. And you have to guess what song it's playing. By just how I sing, how I mime, and all of that. I'm very excited. Very excited. Anyway, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to being productive? You ready to study? My parents are talking. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Listening to Lord of the Rings? Okay. Be good, everyone. Bye. sorry. I'm back. Hi. Hello, puppies. Hello, puppies. Welcome back. Welcome back, puppies. Welcome to the break. Why 3 extra minutes? Why? Why is that? I didn't even say I always do. I said thank you, I think. Yes, it was Chris Fall. Okay, we're gonna have 5 minutes of this break spent by doing something. Oh, we cannot do it. No, I can do it. I can do it. Okay, if you've never been here during the Hey yo, Lasby. I say hello to you. I say hello to you. Lasby, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you very, very much. So if you've never been here during this kind of games, what will happen is I will be muting myself. Let me hear. I'm not gonna. This is not the song that we're gonna be playing. Just want to see if it. I don't want to help YouTube. Do you hear it? Okay, yeah. So this is not the song, but thank you, son. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute the stream. I'm gonna mute everything. You're not gonna hear anything. People on TikTok, I'm very sorry. It's gonna be a mess for you. But I'm gonna mute everything for TikTok already because that's a pain. But I'm gonna be muting everything, and you have to understand what song am I singing, dancing, and whatsoever. Most of the times I have no idea what to play, so I need you right now to write what kind of music do you like the most. What would you be understanding the most if I was doing this thing, all right? So please write it now in chat, everything that comes to your mind. Like every single song that you get in your mind. Every song that you would know 100%. 100%. By heart, all of it. All of it. Wait, I'm checking. I haven't started already. Ripcord! Ripcord, thank you so much for the Prime. Your first Prime here. Hello! Ripcord, thank you so freaking much. Ripcord, thank you so freaking much. I really, really appreciate you. I really, really do. Let me see if I don't know any of these. So we're gonna try it out, all right? I haven't done it with like this new computer. So it's maybe most of the times I do songs that I already done in the past because like I forget, you know. Oh, I'm gonna also start the poll. You're right. Did I close it? Where did it go? We're gonna use all of them again. Okay. Let's try it out. All right. Let's see if you can get the song. right. This one was easy. This one was easy. All right. All right. All right. This one. All right. This. Okay. So you understood how it works, right? You understood how it works. You understood the idea of how it works. Now I have to find another one. I don't know. This was the tutorial, alright? This was the tutorial. Okay, I have another one. Are you ready? That the tip that the other teacher thought about this. Wait, let me also put it. Give me attention. I'm not even doing lip sync. You're right. Then funny. If you like, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have. I don't know songs. I realized that I don't know songs, chat. I don't know any songs. It's just I generally have I don't know songs. Wait. Maybe this one. Maybe this one I haven't done it yet. I think that I've done it already because it's already like it says already that I did it. Oh my god. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if we have. Okay, I have it. Ready? It was sorry. It was sorry. Oh, okay. I have another one. Ready? No more couples. How do you get them already? Adia, give me a break. Adia, give me a break. Shit. You don't even need the lyrics for real. Okay, I have the next one. I have the next one. everyone's watching. You're ruining the game. You're ruining the game. Stop it. I don't have any more songs. Dude. Okay, I have one last one. Then we go back to study for the last numero. Mina, mina, waka, waka, Okay. There we go. You knew it. You knew it. Just one last one. Can I have just one last one? Toxic and sipping on our days. Just one. That's not my song. One more. Just one more. Promise. That's. Good job, chat! I'm so proud of you today. Usually I hate you, today I'm proud of I'm joking. Too much. If that is sad song comes down after round. Let's about. Good job! How many did you get? How many did you get? Come for you here. And now let me know. How organic house in the ending? Let's go. I like it. I like it. The arrows on my sweater. Go for you here. 0, your charades is not so good. Shut up. Maybe you are not that good. Other people got it. Maybe you are the one that is not good. Wait, I should like go a little bit further, like here. All right. We are going back to work with this mood. We are going back to work with this mood. Wait. All right. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to work. I hope you're ready to get the last poem of the night. It's like the last drink in the bars. Last round, people. We go for the last round. Ready? I'll check in between 45 minutes. I also need water. Be good. Bye. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, people? How is it going? Oh. Can I? So I'm trying to like make something new. I wanna remember that I wanted to do the. Let me also turn on the volume on TikTok. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you for following. You know that I wanted to like do that kind of like place where you can find suggested type of content, right? I am trying to make that in a way that it's like automatic and I don't have to go crazy making everything. But I'm not sure if it works. I'm not sure. Wait. I'm joking, Mauri. I'm joking. Mauri, I'm joking. You can type in Italian. It's okay. It's okay. You can. It's fine. It's fine. Hello. Welcome back, people. How are you doing? How is it going? I cannot make it work for some reason. I don't know why I cannot make it work. I don't know. Can you tell me the name of the extension you use for the DJ Paul? It's paul.ma.p. Okay. By the way, can you, if you have any type of content that you want to suggest, oh, Booba! Booba, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 5 months. Appreciate you being here. How are you doing? How is it going? Booba, how are you? Oh, is that P.E. P.E, not P.I. Thank you for the support, Booba. Appreciate you, Booba. Stop saying Booba. That's not their name. Their name is Booba. By the way, I think that if you ever find some cool content that you want to share, I would love if you just used this. I think it should also go to like, it should create like something where I see what you suggested. I think, I'm not sure. Not entirely sure. Oh, what you just realized? What did you just realize? Yes, it should be the same one. It should be the same one. But like the idea is like, I explained to you all my smart idea right here. So the idea will be, let me stop this one. Did it go here? It did not, you piece of trash. Oh, it went. I think. No, it did not work. You piece of trash. Why you're not working? Like the idea is, I'll explain to you how I try to make it all automatic. So this is Zapier. Zapier, you use it to like treat when something happens on a specific platform, you can have it trigger something else happening. So what I did here is that like when something from the form gets created, like here there is like the question, when you fill up this one, it should automatically, like I told him, automatically create an item on Notion. So on Notion, this is how it looks like for me. Like it should be like this. I want it to be like with the little description that you give, so I see it here, right? And then here I'll put, whenever I put rejected, approved, published, if it's published, it's gonna appear in here where I'll put like there's gonna be another database view, like a table view, let's say, like a table view, I think it's best. And it's gonna look like this one is hidden. Hiding view. I said hide. You piece of trash. Hide. Alright, hide it. Description, URL, and then I'm gonna also put like a date. You know, like, so you have this week, the week ones, like according to which one is it, it's gonna be there. And I'm also gonna put, is it available on Notion discount? Notion is for free. Andrea, Notion is for free. As long as you're not like adding team, doing weird shit, it's for free. Use my link, but it is for free. You can do so many cool things. And this one can become like a website, as I showed you many times. This can become like a website. So here I'll put like, wait, let me also put like a filter that it's only published ones are gonna show up here. So now there is nothing. Now there is nothing for free. Yes, exactly. Enjoy, Kauze. So you will see the content here appearing every week. You will have like something new to put there. But if you suggest stuff here, I want it to appear. I don't understand why this thing is not triggering it. Also, another thing is like, it's making a mess because it's like, it's not like finding that there's like the new thing that I added. Maybe you were not supposed to see that. I don't know. What's the difference between approved and published? Because approved, maybe it is okay, but I just have to find out like a day on when to put it. Like I didn't put the date of it. And publish is like when it's appearing there. So like maybe I'll have like 50 things that are good that I approve, and then I'll put one every week. You know? How can you see this? Not yet, not yet. Is this gonna be between two different Notions? No, it should be alright. That's fine. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But that's the idea. Or like having all the things like connecting to each other. So you will see everything. You'll see everything. You're gonna be watching it by yourself, you know. But I'm gonna be watching them by myself. It's going from your study time one to your personal address. No, it's okay. I know, it's like... this one is the study time one. It's the Google form. That's where I have it. But my Notion is on my personal one. That's why. The things are appearing, but not all of them. So I don't know. Let's good. Who wrote let's good? Who's the dumbest? So dumb. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out a way to make it happen so then it can be better. Yes, exactly what I was thinking. Like when I find something cool, I can suggest it to you. Consuming content, yeah, you're consuming the content. You don't have to add my Notion to your page. No, just like a website. It works exactly like a website. I just edit. I don't know. Description need to be like the short description, but it's not appearing. Short description is just not appearing, and I don't know why. I'm just gonna recreate all of it, I think. Can I delete this zap? You don't understand anything? It's okay. L'unico problema per il computer è che ci sia davvero fare... Che si sa fare davvero bruciare. I know, Zapier is super cool. What I like about them is like they're super like youngish, you know? I really like that they're young in a way that they approach things. And it's super nice. Like I've also like... No, just a routine. Yeah, I know. New Zap. Let's see if I can make it work before like closing, so then I can give you already new form response. Google form, continue, form, cool stuff to consume, continue, test the trigger. You suck, test, it didn't work. Don't forget to close the TikTok live, you're freaking right. For everyone watching from TikTok, thank you so much for being here. I love you so much, I'll be live tomorrow. And if you wanna keep watching, we'll be on Twitch. Bye. Okay. TikTok is over. Thank you, Ari. Thank you for being my other half of the brain. Exit. Okay. No more like random Twitch stuff. And here Notion, because I think that this will be very interesting from a point of like, I believe that it's sometimes it's like overwhelming for how much content we have access to. And in the end, we just don't use any, you know? Like, we just... Oh, there we go. I found it. Include time, no, URL. Oh, now it should be working. Content format, continue. Test action. Come on. Come on. Give me the new thing. One part of GBrain is Jalfor, the other one is Arya. Yeah. Why is it not working? Retest. Retest. Oh, it is there. It is actually there. It is actually there. It is actually there. Okay, now it should work. Now if you publish... No, now I publish it. Give me a second. Okay, if we... transfer existing data and then create a form response in Google Forms to try it out. Transfer existing data. I don't know. Oh, because I have to send the ones that are already made. No, it's fine. It's fine. Now you can have that. Now if you... I think... There we go. I'll make like a command from it. It's... Or Jalfor if you want to do it. Like since I know that after you're gonna fix it because my English is so stupid. Like something like exclamation mark suggest and do you have something cool? Some cool content? Suggest it to G. That's it. That's it. If you can. Otherwise I'll do it. No worries. Yeah. If you can send it again, it would be lovely. Mickey, it would be lovely. My English is stupid sometimes. But sometimes my English is stupid. I know. I realize that. Anyway. Thank you, JJ. I appreciate you. Anyway, how was it today? Thank you for ending with the organic house. Organic house is always so good to end, I guess. We are going to say hi to, not to Gerga. Gerga is looking at boobas. Let's go say hi to Humming. What is she doing? She's not... I think she might be going back to studying later, but right now she's playing a game. Let's go raid another co-worker. People, I really, really appreciate you for being here today. Thank you so much for being part of this. If you've been here and you did at least 1 tomato, that's way more than enough. Way more than what it was expected from you. So thank you so much for being here. Remember that if you want, you can join us on Discord. People are still working all day there. You can join them. You can, you know, say, good luck, you got this, you suck, and all of that. Whatever you want. Please don't tell them that they suck, otherwise you're gonna get banned. But, there, or you can also follow on Instagram, where I'll put everything that is coming out, like, super soon. Like, I will have YouTube videos, podcasts, so much shit. You'll find all of it there. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Be nice tonight, okay? Try to go to bed like a decent time. Do it for me this time. This time, just tonight. Go to bed at a decent time. If you can take a little bit of a walk, that will be lovely also, because you know it's good for you, for your brain, and all of that. Be good, alright? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Bye. I'll go to gym. I'll try to go to gym. I'm gonna record the podcast and I'm gonna go to gym. Bye. Bye. Bye.